Anyway, welcome back to the Great Haze Attorney Chronicles. Let's get straight into it. Why do a little blurb around everything? All that I remember is that we finally got to the point where Strongheart is possibly the villain of everything. I mean, it was very... Ah, right, here we are. He was very predictable. Anyway, we're in court again. We called Mikatoba because he was there when the autopsy report that could have been possibly faked or miscreated. Something went wrong, possibly, with the autopsy report.
I think Strongheart is evil.
I know, right? If it really... I'm gonna be straight honest here. If Strongheart really is just the villain, and that's it, I'm gonna be so disappointed in this game. Because it was the most blatant, obvious villain. I don't think I want to bet, because I think we both believe the exact same thing. Anyway, so witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugene Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic science medicine at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo, Japan.
Bet Israel? Oh god, don't bring that talk up. Palestine or Israel, which one's better? I don't know, honestly. They both sound like they've got crap under their carpets. And I don't know enough to make a judgment in good faith. Oh yeah, this is the daughter of Dr. Scythe. Without her mask on, she's super freaking cute. I don't know if you saw her before. But she's also got like a goth thing going on.
They are under my nuclear missile tree. If you win this bet, you get Israel.
I don't know if I want Israel. It's like winning a freaking mortgaged house. It's like, oh great, now I have to deal with all of that.
Mommy Krigasm.
I could try and sell it, but it's gonna have a fucking shit ton of problems. The toilet's backed up. The electric doesn't work in most outlets. Honestly, it's completely not what I want. I'd rather just move on. And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is...
This is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
She must have a thing for DILFs.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. I get the idea it's making me... The idea is making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light in some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judicacy. I'm still confused as why even Strongheart is even allowed to be a judge at this point, considering that we've levied the possibility that he is, in fact, the Reaper of the Bailey. He might also be the Professor as well. Let's be honest. It wouldn't surprise me. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of the forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson and St. Sinners. At St. Sinners.
So you were present when at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this is the autopsy report that was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama. A secondary assistant.
No, she put the mask back on Starna 7 cry.
I kind of like masked characters, or characters that hide their facial features. I don't know, something about it that I like.
As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
I wanna see her cuteness.
No.
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But...
I skipped school today, so I'm still happy.
Oh, wow. I guess that's awesome. Nice. Right, so this is another thing that Kazuma talked to Gregson on the steamship where he was killed. And Gregson stated that the autopsy might have been maybe a little bit of forgery done to it. In like certain words, he like admitted that they had to make sure that he got what was coming to him. And Gregson
Kazuma
believed.
is a Susie Baka.
Yeah, pretty much. Gregson believed that Kazuma's father was the professor without a doubt, but he also admitted that he made fake evidence to make sure that his father would go down for the crime. But Gregson admitted to it before he was killed. I was there. That's evidence enough. That he admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state...
You remember my tweet about the Coca-Cola poisoning? Guess what I'm drinking, LUL.
Oh, Jesus. Come on. Don't need to... You haven't talked about being hurt today, so you don't need to poison yourself with Coca-Cola. Drink some Pepsi instead. I still think it's weird that Fanta is being sold to these days. Like,
my liver gonna get poisoned.
I don't think that's how it works. Oh, maybe it does. I'm pretty sure the liver only distills alcohol. I can't say though. Maybe it distills all fluid. Filters, rather. You will state truthfully and accurately to what you saw at and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
There's still a
I
small
prefer
part of
Pepsi,
me.
but my mom bought me a Coca-Cola.
Honestly, I don't really have a preference. I prefer Dr. Pepper overall. Pepper. Just making sure that gets... I found that a lot of the time when I'm speaking, sometimes when I speak very quietly or do like a small pronunciation, it doesn't get picked up and it sounds weird. Dr. Pepper is my absolute favorite. But I also have like a small inclination that maybe Mikitoba is actually still the professor, since, you know, he is a professor. But with how much they've made him into like a main character and in multiple regards, I don't know if that's gonna happen anymore. The moment your testimony verges on superstition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Yeah, whatever. Witness testimony. Hello. From my own observations, I couldn't say if there was any indication of the autopsy results being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. I found it a little strange.
There was no other signs of an internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was the most... that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Ugh.
Presumed to have swallowed by the victim as way of postponedly identifying his assailant.
So are they saying there was a tip of the sword inside his stomach? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of your sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. Oh, fuck. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in the obvious desperation. Quite simply, there is no questionable doubt about the investigation of Lord Van Zeek's death, Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony here, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Fuck. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon. Nope, we're not hearing it. Get out. We already got on to the point of the case. It's solved. Get out.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But cautiously, the killer's last victim... Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough.
Huh?
I believe I warned you about this, witness. As soon as it entered the realm of superstition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue the conclusion during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judicacy present in the gallery would agree.
My god, guys, it's obvious. He's literally fucking bullshitting his way through this court. Why is he still the judge? Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your arguments stray from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring down the cross-examination to its end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
Jesus. Is this going to be a press and you get punished kind of thing? The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. Alright. From my observations, couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy resulting in being fabricated. You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either. There wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side
Bro,
as he performed the procedure.
When you get punished for pressing.
That happened in the original trilogy. I don't know if it happens in any of the other situations. But yeah, it's one of the most like ridiculous, like, are you fucking kidding me moments. Although they did like very quickly specify if you waste time, you'd get punished. So I suppose I understand that, but yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be the case here.
I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure according to what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, was the secondary assistant doing? What is the secondary assistant doing? Ugh.
Following the Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that does not mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikitoba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing to the heart and a little strange.
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, Strongheart's probably gonna strike this down. The victim was killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed.
I'm in Gant's office.
Ah, do you mean to say... You also... You actually notice the very similar look Strongheart has to Gant. It's very close. Almost uncanny in a way. You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not have, in fact, been one of the professor's victims?
There's a kid's drawing. Does he have children?
I can't recall. I know Van Karma has children, obviously. There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigation carried out at this time.
But what?
Genshin Asagi confessed to all of his crimes upon the arrest. He admitted to taking the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified.
He
The
got
evidence-
kids.
Von Karma definitely does, considering something. But he also like he even mentions that his niece in the trial he's in against Phoenix. He mentions at one point that his niece has a dog called Phoenix. Does that make you my daughter's fiance or my niece's fiance? And he's like, she's only like 11 years old or something like that. And it's like, oh, Jesus.
No evidence to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a god dog.
A true hound of hell.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It's been a while since I've looked at the evidence, but we do still have the autopsy as we've seen here. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and middle ring fingers of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Indicative of duel.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Van Zieks.
Oh, Van Zieks? No, I was talking about Von Karma. Van Zieks, I don't think he's not mentioned having any kind of family beyond this point. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So yep, she's right about that. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Mr. Gory? Mrs. Gory? Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wondered how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be totally different if it was your mother, Dr. Scythe, were at the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me about the stories countless times. The statements I made were exactly as what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing
She
of
can
note
cut me up
internally.
anytime, smiling face with heart eyes.
Oh my god, you're such a masochist, Marco.
But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Miss Dr. Gory, what was it?
Nah, I'm a bottom.
That is what a masochist is. A masochist enjoys feeling pain or having pain put onto them. A sadist is someone who likes to bring pain to others, at least to some degree. Although, in the sexual setting, I'm not sure people would actively call themselves a sadist. I think it's more of a state of mind.
So I'm both of those.
I suppose so. I think that's called like a switch or something, where you're like willing to do both.
It's just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence was removed from the man's stomach.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over the finger, perhaps.
Oh, a ring.
Wait, I got a note where I have it all written down.
It was a ring. It belonged to Genshin Osagi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, aka the fourth finger. I understood that it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left for Japan 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. Do you do? My father's possessions were sent to our family's home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key at the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep aberrations on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And it was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, look at it. You hesitated there, Professor Mikatsoba. Should we read something into there?
Oh, well, I was just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gorey, the removal of this historic piece of
It's
evidence
called a
from the
veer.
stores requires my consent, does it not? It's called a vers? Oh. Like versatile or something? I don't know. The removal of the historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Bitch, please.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny this crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Starna 7 random with phone.
Very well, you may submit it. Yos! Mr. Asagi's ring. We got the ring. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looks like a claw protecting a crystal. Well, let's see if it has something to it. These fat
That
claws
could
are
fit on
doing...
my paw.
You're not wrong. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Would you call that gemstone fat?
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I would think.
How? My finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp.
Oh my, that was quite quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Should probably get a tetanus shot. Who knows what... This thing's most likely got a ridiculous amount of bacteria and other shit on it.
Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous thing? You couldn't swallow this without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some bean
Fat
paste
just
in
like
the
me
middle.
after you fed me 7 tunas with sunflower oil.
Honestly, out of all the tuna types you can get, fresh spring water, sunflower oil, or brine. Sunflower oil is the best one. Brine is just got fishy grossness, and there's no flavor to spring water. I love the oil. Although I do drain it, obviously. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So are we to assume that because this thing is super sharp and harsh, he wouldn't be able to just swallow it without having some internal problems? Not the sort of thing normally seen in Japan. This almost looks like claw protecting its jewel.
Must examine it very carefully, Naruhodo. Be careful indeed.
I'm just gonna quickly do one more check just to make sure I got everything. Okay, I think there's nothing else to it. Right. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of postponedly. I think no internal signs of injury, nothing questionable at all. Maybe that's the one we have to present it to. At least that's what I assume. Well, I'm not sure if it's super right. Yep, there we go. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a
I hate
replacement
this
scalpel.
voice.
Which voice? This, Professor Urk voice?
At the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel.
The French one is so much better.
Oh. I don't know what you're referring to, then.
At the moment I was requesting a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring was, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
The
What
objection.
are you? Oh, the objection. Oh, right. Honestly, you're not wrong. Narherda's objection is probably the weakest out of all of the objections. He goes, "Objection. Hold on. Take that." He's got like that kind of inflection, which is weird. He needs to, he doesn't even, it doesn't sound like he's shouting it. Yeah, whatever. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated
Rose sounds
that.
like a damn 8-year-old.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the testimony. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson... That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there, then and there in the victim's stomach.
Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
The evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. I'm not sure how you intend to prove that point. Hey, Starnak. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are small sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
At Starnak 48, I assume you resolved the issue, did you not? Starna 7, hello, hello.
Resolve the issue, did you? I don't know what issue you're referring to. Did you perhaps have an issue, Starnak?
My brother was a determined man. And on the brink
At
of
random
death.
Marco, yeah.
Even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable there were no traces of its passage down the throat would have remained as internal trauma. Oh, I don't know if I read that right.
No!
It's possible he just swallowed a meat bun or something.
And there you have the sticking point.
I mean, nah, unknown. Okay, so if we're assuming he took the ring in the fight, swallowed it somehow, then he wouldn't have had some way of getting it down his throat without it cutting.
An issue with
Okay.
a friend.
Okay. It's none of my business, then.
That's precisely why I had my doubts about finding it.
Meat
The
bun,
findings myself 10 years ago.
WHER.
God, I really want to try one of those. From the Asian meat bun. Like the kind of like ball that kind of like tufts up into like a point at the top. Like a dumpling kind of thing. Oh, dude. Dumplings are awesome. Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Sorry I didn't mention it before. Look at this!
Oh, wait. Look at this!
I'm going to bed, GN.
Okay. Good night, Starnek. Have a wonderful sleep and snooze. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
At Starnak 48 layer, I see you playing Valorant.
Valorant. Oh god, I'm not sure if I'd ever get around to playing that myself.
Isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What is it now, Mictober?
Well, if he had swallowed the ring of that size, those sharp claws, and it has, surely you'd expect it to see some damage in the throat and the esophagus? Fuck. Trying to do a voice and read. Esophagus. Esophagus?
There you go.
Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly
Who's
sorry.
Wilson was this, he's been kind of like this, side character, basically. He's not really, a person that we've ever met. In the very first case of the first game, he was the victim of a shooting, basically. And it turns out he was also
Is
like
he the one from
exceedingly.
Dennis?
No. He was like, it was assumed that he was the Watson to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Or Sherlock Holmes. But in actuality, Mikotoba was the Watson that's just like been revealed in this game instead. I think I have plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would have been seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. No, I'm disappointed, Counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Literally, dude, if any person who has a remote understanding of coroner work would understand the problem here. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of this evidence from the stores without permission it will not go unpunished.
Fucking dude, seriously? We will open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch up corpses with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory? It looks as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. That's why she's awesome.
Chug the whole bottle now. Liver poisoning from some chemical will be incoming.
So essentially, you're gonna be very drunk. Or high, maybe. Who knows? Chemicals do weird things to your brain. It's where they end up eventually.
Yes, that ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have of Genshin Isogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life? Fucking seriously? What a waste of time.
It was 10 years ago on the foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some
I don't know.
back streets at
It
a
was
late
some
hour.
toxic chemical.
Oh.
All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
oh no! All of the assailants were armed with pistols and their faces obscured by scarves.
Bang.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on his ring finger on his left hand that had been used to wear that ring.
Ah! Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question whether perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait. But...
Genshin was arrested 2
Oh my
days after
fucking
the
God.
attack.
It's the DL6 incident of the 1950s.
honestly, yeah, you're not wrong.
And in the short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him, was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that those folks were there after that night? That's what those folks were after?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that? Bro, I'm trying to help your father get innocent, bro.
If it wasn't you, it was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can't be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. Truth can be completely obscured. But the moment you seem to be floundering through a dense fog.
Wait, I'm getting deja vu. Yep, I dreamed of this happening. I'll just sit and watch you figure it out, RN.
Oh, really? Huh. Premonitions of the future. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present at this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems as though you've thoroughly convinced yourself of the alleged fabrication of the autopsy report results. So that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it is extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh! I'm gonna poop. He really looks like he's straining constipation there. That's what his sprite looks like. In the closed court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Is that right, Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, it is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes and quietly accepted the judgment. The actions of a man who accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, this is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
The obvious... No, that is absolutely not what you come to. Maybe he fucking did it because he thought he'd get a plea deal? Or maybe it's because he thought he could get out of being killed, which he was going to, until he got shot in his grave. I don't know. Susanna, there's plenty of reasons I think he did take the plea of guilty. But sure, let's go for the... There couldn't have been fabricated evidence. The obvious conclusion of which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Professor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only have meant one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of the final victim 10 years ago.
Go, Poopy!
But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Oh, great. Now we gotta have Kazuma be like, I know everything. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What is this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there was another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection! Silence would lead him to be convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there is no conceivable...
Invention?
If the autopsy results were an invention, there is no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
I literally just said that he would have had another reason, you silly boy. Oh, those results were the invention, all right. There's no question about that. Why are you forgetting that 2 people within the connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who has been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. One last chance. The last one. Trust me, this'll be the last one.
If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been some negotiation, perhaps? Some part of the negotiation? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? A reason why the man has said nothing, even though he was innocent, part of negotiation. Let's look at this. Is it that he got the plea of having all of his stuff returned to his son? Is that it?
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to the question. Nope. Alright, there's something else. I didn't think that was it, but it felt like very possible. Passport, Clint, autopsy, investigation. What could possibly explain Asogi's silence? A deal was made? That's what he said, right? Could have been part of some negotiation. That's not it. I don't know. I already presented the possibility that he was bribed into it by that.
Take that!
Right. You could have at least accommodated with the penalty of explaining why the answer was wrong. Kazuma-sana knew that the evidence was being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in the trial? If it were me, I would have protested the innocence until the blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, then there must be a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? I already pointed out the papers, right? Ah, that could be it. I pointed out the papers because that's the only thing that seems to remotely point towards the clemency clause of having his stuff returned to Kazuma. I also pointed to the sword because that also got returned. Is it the telegram? I am already getting lost again. I didn't misclick, did I? On another thing here? Yeah, I didn't. So those papers are absolutely not the freaking answer here. Even though they are the only thing that truly indicates to him gaining something for not stating anything and being declared guilty. It can't be anything about the previous case.
Take that!
Oh no, I didn't mean to press that. Didn't mean to do that. I meant to present the freaking autopsy. Or something.
Take that!
Yeah, but it's gone to this point where I've just given up on trying to find the actual answer because My brain's stuck into one position of the clemency he was granted was having his stuff returned to his son.
Take that!
Which doesn't seem to be it. Go, 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 go. Telegram wasn't it. Sword wasn't it. That's not it. That's not it. Nothing else even remotely seems to suggest. Was it something to do with Kazuma becoming a lawyer? Oh, was it the prison thing? That he was allowed to escape? I mean, that's what I suggested before, so is that it? Right. I mean, I already got that through my head before, but it's very vague to do the dismissal notice. Again, I feel like we need evidence that really specifically points to these certain facts, instead of just a vague connection from the dismissal notice. That, oh, it's the dismissal notice because it clearly indicates that the professor ran away, and that means that he was given the chance via that runaway. Like, why not just have like a second? I always keep saying this, but have another piece of evidence that clearly states the professor testimony from what's his name?
Back.
Daily Vigil. Press freaking.
Can't sleep.
Oh, sorry, Starneck. But I was just saying, like, there should be like certain evidence to like certain pieces of evidence or information in our court record. I shouldn't have to go these like really roundabout ways of explaining certain shit in this game.
My application for the tournament tomorrow is approved.
I have no idea what tournament you're talking about, Marco. It's true that Genshin Isagi's silence during this trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, he was led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he was sentenced to death.
At random, Marco just wanted to let you know I've added Barrett to the crew and some lore and new pictures.
More lore! Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of the death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly there is an elaborate plan that couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judicacy.
I have here a dismissal notice from the chief warder who was working at the prison at the time. In the prison. The notes read, there were indications of a jailbreak that was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration.
My fellow, because I have not told you. I'm going to an English tournament, and if my group gets first place, we get a week in Canada.
Whoa. Incarceration. So, you honestly seem to be pretty decent with English, aren't you, Marco? Sometimes I forget that you're not.
There's over
England
30 schools competing.
Ah. Nice. Good to know English is such a popular thing to think about or learn.
I get straight A's.
Nice. Good job. I'll be rooting for you. You get to go to Canada, which is kind of like half English, half French. So, you know, half fun. The notes read... Oh, right, I already read this. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asagi and the British government. I am not very happy. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he'd been kept very quiet. I would go
BRB.
further than that, in
Dinner.
fact. Ooh, dinner. It's gonna be dinner time for me eventually. Not yet, though. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say he was the professor. He was actually wearing the iron mask as well, so his identity was protected as well. The elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asagi can be explained in another way. Order! Order! This first fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Oh, finally, the goddamn Scottish prison chief is gonna be here.
Governor Caden? The poor chief warder in the prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend appears to be a little rattle-petted at times, but I assure you he's extremely thorough. He's wired both Barley and local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that?
Both men, unless I'm much mistaken, are waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My lord, if you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare at on its outset, you promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. But you're not supposed to get this far. Very well, bring in the witnesses. God fucking damn it. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. God damn, Strongheart, you are quite literally on the verge of killing someone, I think. Okay, we're back to these witnesses. And Van Zieks is still stood there. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Let's get back into these voices, it's been a while. Aye. Baron Caden, governor of Barley Cliff Prison. Ugh. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits and whatnot. Your other persona, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Go back to being depressed. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be a chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here into court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor? We already been through this a decade ago. The conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, you don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Fucking hell, mate.
If it turns out that you were involved in this plot to break Mr. Soggy out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gosh, hold on there, laddie. You don't know anything.
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility on your shoulders. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Soggy, if you threaten the witness again, now you will be held in contempt of court. Fuck. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that the intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Yeah. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Soggy out of Barclay Prison 10 years ago. Bleh. I'm so very depressed. The prison plot. Or jailbreak. 'Twas a day in the Japanese Joe was found guilty. The detective came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder, Vigil here, and put a plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Soggy right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing about any plot. I didn't ken if... God, Ken is supposed to be no, I think. I didn't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecution office. All I did was carry out my duty for the Majesty of Great British Empire. What me way, lad? A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? Well, it was Van Zeke. I didn't need it. What are you're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor's case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just do what I'm told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there was a clandestine dealing going on between Mr. Soggy and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Soggy admitting to the crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how this witness has any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Yeah, obviously. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Dude, that sounded vaguely racist. Then again, most people do in this game. The jailbreak plot. It was a day that Japanese Joe was found guilty and the directive came from the prosecutor's office. You say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it right away. And it wasn't me. I cannot say with certainty if it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance that it came up from higher up the ladder.
Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with the idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the
At
scene
Starnak 48,
was a
so my
scapegoat.
father's name is Ironsight.
Ironsight. That's vaguely familiar. Huh. That name comes to mind for some reason.
That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take a rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've no of the first idea, laddie. The part of
Yes, sir.
Oh god. I just thought this guy's totally like got the same kind of body shape as Shrek in a way. I'm not gonna do a Shrek voice though, because I just can't.
Oh, hello there. Ogres are like onions.
I can't do it.
Mr. Random Ironsight.
My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath.
I wouldn't have be surprised if there was other folks in the prison service who were given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. God, you're a shitty boss.
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the
Aren't I
reins was
Marco
Mr.
Ironsides?
Stevens, or Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now.
Starna 7 dead, Starna 7 dead, Starna 7 dead, Starna 7 dead, please no.
Marco Ironsides. God. Such deep lore.
Why did I get
Why?
caught up in this terrible business? I was responsible for Asongi right up until the night of the execution. I knew nothing about any plot.
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that case, or that night?
Oh, everything was unusual, as exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his face.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the 5 of the country's nobles.
Being
My
the chief
lore is
warder,
not made yet. We still gotta finish my dad's lore.
you're not wrong. Write a fan fiction on fanfic.net or whatever. Whatever other freaking websites. The Random Marco story. Bold and brash.
Your dad's lore is nearly done, it's a bit complicated though.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the
At
governor's
Starnak
office.
48, can you DM it to me?
Oh yeah, by the way, just so you know, Marco, this guy, Daily Vigil, he attempted suicide in this very game, which is fucking weird. I believe you jumped from the window of your governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
RN.
Lush, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Wow, okay. Mainly because he was clearly forced to take the rap for The
I
prisoner
only
escaping.
have it 99% done in my head. I still need to write it down.
What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Bruh.
I didn't know if the negotiations between the convict and the prosecution's office. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, that may be it. I didn't know nothing about
First
that.
you write it down in a notepad or something so you don't forget. At random Marco shrugs. It's cool lore though.
The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can know that
That way
much. I
it's
do.
saved.
Then I presume you know this. Not telling what you do now. Ugh, Jesus. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Ugh. Fuck. So if you were just following orders, is
At
that it?
Starnack
I'm afraid
48,
I won't
you're
absolve you
goddamn
from
right,
guilt
it's
here.
cool lore.
I'm afraid it won't solve you of guilt here. The man was killed illegally, even if there was a condemned criminal. If he wasn't a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's how it has to be, is it? Even with a threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. And nobody else seems to want to either. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty of the Great Empire, British Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asagi was shot dead at Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Juk into the jail, and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What does this all mean?
I'm laughing so hard. RN. Rebirth will have Cloud on a Segway and Red 13 on a Chocobo.
Okay. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I was completely bolted out of those memories of that time in my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. We have layers, you know, us ogres. Us Scottish people. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. God, I really thought this guy was Gregson, but I guess he did do the look-alike kind of thing. Anyway, but you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asagi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit to crimes he didn't commit with a promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him at the end? That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Chicaneries. Huh. That's a new word. Ah!
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in the prison as dictated by the sentence.
If all that happened in a vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls, I suppose nobody really knows what went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Please give us.
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the top of the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Kevin and Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have. By amending your formal testimony.
Guards! Aye, go on then.
I'm getting rather angsty. Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Nothing to bargain with?
What's after Phoenix Wright? Justice for all or trials and tribulations?
After Phoenix Wright, I think you could play, you could play Apollo Justice, which is a continuation of the trials and, oh wait, no wait, what's after Phoenix Wright? Sorry, the instant thing I thought about that was the trilogy as a whole, but, I think it's, oh, I actually can't tell. Let me just look it up. It's Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations is the third game. Justice for All is honestly seen as more of like an interlude between the trilogy, since a lot of the cases are kind of separate from one another compared to all the other games, where the cases are kind of interwoven with one another. There we go. That man had nothing to bargain with, huh?
Hold it!
Let's push first. Admitting to the crimes, that's what he was told that's what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all,
did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carly, did it? Eh? This, you mean, discovered during his final victim's autopsy? There was ever possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by the Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are very well, but nothing has been proven. You holler this misconduct in this trial 10 years ago.
I just got a good find.
Oh.
You holler about misconduct in this trial 10 years ago, all you like. But if you can't establish what happened with hard evidence, nobody's gonna listen.
Aye, that's right. That's all I'm saying is,
the convict had nothing he could use as kind of bargaining at all.
the witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation would have taken place. And yet, to break this man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that would give him an angle to negotiate. So the Asagi clan-san agreed to confess to his crimes because he was assured to be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think Kazuma-sama's father would have been engaged in such negotiations.
That perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize some underhanded dealings with such a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help the feeling that there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something that doesn't add up, Miss Naruhodo.
Stop reading
A
my
monster
mind.
girl dating sim for just €8. £8 and 13 US dollar.
Ooh. Monster dating sim. Is that the Cthulhu one? Suckers of Love or something like that? There's a ton of monster dating sims, aren't there? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in
No,
that case, we must
I
keep
already
digging
have
until we
it.
identify the problem.
Oh. So we obviously have to
This one is
present
a
evidence
DS
here.
exclusive.
Ah. Nice. The Japanese fella had nothing to bargain with. That's what he's saying. He had nothing to bargain with. But is that really the case?
Save and present the thing you think it is. That's what I do, so I have full health by the end.
Honestly, that's what I've been doing this entire time. So, the first thing that comes to mind is that he clearly, again, before he was negotiating about the fact that he got his son sent all of his items.
Objection.
Okay. Like, under my own mind, I keep thinking about that fact that he clearly got the ability to send all of his wealth and material possessions back to his son, Kazuma Asagi. Meaning that he clearly had some negotiation, but what else would that be? He accepted his fate in a foreign land, knowledge that he'd never seen the homeland again. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit, on the verbal assurance that later he'd be broken out of prison. Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man could stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that would guarantee he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Others! The fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But, you know, he did, Governor. The Asagi Papers, the names given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Turns out that Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you rat? I told you to keep that a secret. Oh, well. Did actually say that on the actual paper here. Vigil's claims disappeared after convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Soggy described it as the only weapon I had left. Okay. That actually is a lot more blatant. The only weapon I have left. He did have that. Okay. You can't touch me now. Oh god, he's still touching me. Ah! That was... When Mr. Vigil caught sight of the will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asagi pleaded with the warder. All right then, what is on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of a jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but the will was nowhere to be found. As I understand it, the exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you were ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! What the blazes are you blabbering about? The will was never found, right as proper. And the fella's cells in the fella's cell where it would have been.
But how could that be? Where in his cell? We searched all over the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a good proper job, did you? You peely wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I'll show you that afore, did I know, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the Will and Testament of Genshin Asagi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asagi described the documents as the only weapon he had left. And yet, the will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored in Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Yeah. It was clearly been demonstrated already. What went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. Bit of a negative of this game, some of the characters do have the same animations, which can be a bit sad or depressing in a way. It's like, come on, make all of the characters unique. Honestly, if I do feel like that's a big point that this game has against it, that the 3D models really force the characters to be very stilted and simple in the way they move. I feel like in the first game it was so much more expressive, but in this one it's been at least maybe I'm maybe forgetting certain characters or something. The breakdowns have been absolutely crap. I'll give it that. Definitely, that's one of the worst parts. The breakdowns, ugh. The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could easily have been lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? Oh, no! I definitely heard him say that, I swear!
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know what exactly happened with these so-called Asagi Papers. A waste of time. If the will is fake, then where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the Judicacy 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly lost his own life. And now you're going to do it again? You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without letting him defend himself? It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the barrel break with the mastermind was someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship really going to gloss over the obvious facts? What did you say? Just pulls out a gun and just shoots into the freaking Judicacy gallery. We should hear more from the chief warder.
Have him testify again.
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem from a vocal few here is utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. But tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Harumph.
The Asagi Papers.
As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asagi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with his will in that cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for the execution, but after the execution, but to no avail.
I could only I only found out about the Asagi Papers when the directive telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono is what I think it's called.
Wait, what? In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're no satisfied with calling me a liar for once, eh? You wee wafflinger.
You think there's nothing you can do to me to do about it? You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than that hold you like to take out on my caveat, of course. If that's what you're going to do about it, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Ah! Jesus Christ. These fucking two. Little and large. What a double act. We have compiled with Asagi's will with as far as wide as possible. All the personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan.
LUL.
As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer of our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny that the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
There's a random dog in my house.
A random dog? A random Marco has a random dog in his random cat house. Why? Did you open the door and he just ran in? I've had that happen sometimes, where, we were, like, letting our own cat in, and then just another cat beelines it in and just starts, like, just sits down on the stairs and just looks at us. Like, he's like, yep, you're part of the family now. You're listening to us having pleasant conversations about random animals entering homes. Is that how you got adopted,
Bruh,
Marco?
the dog just opened the door and left.
Okay. Problem solved. Yes, there's no mistaking that it was my father's brushwork. Really? And this is the last will and testament that the man's last weapon, was it? Ugh. I think we could safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Ow, my face.
Nah, my dad fucked some goddess and 9 months later I came out. Bruh.
Okay. Yes, my lord.
I don't know anymore.
Sounds like you've got a strange family history. But that's what the lore is for, right? Better hope there's no plot holes.
I still don't got the lore. I'm sweating here. I need to add the goddess I forgot.
All responsible for all condemned convicts. Send it to us and watch it in cell. Okay. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asagi?
Yes, I certainly. Though there was very little precious time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as one man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to his crimes.
You play as missing in action in one of the games. What absenspisk?
Why the hell did it read Mia as missing in action? Also, fair warning, Marco, try to keep yourself from spoilers too much. There is reasons for playing as Mia in the third game, but that's not... there's nothing in the second game that mentions that, so... keep that in the back of your head as you play the second game. Don't think about it until you get to it. It'll make sense once you get to the third game.
I know, that's why I felt completely compelled to ask him one day. I can recall his reply. I'm guilty for the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in a mind of an Eastern holy man.
Nah, my friend, I recommended the game to already got to the third game and sent me a screenshot, so I'm shot.
Oof. Well, don't worry too much. It doesn't really spoil anything.
I'm shot with shockness.
Trust me, it doesn't spoil anything. Trust me, it's fine. Have all your theories in your mind, but ultimately it's still a mystery for you. Trust me. There's still a will you saw with him with that. Oh. And what about the will you saw him with? Can you tell us about that?
Yes. It was the very beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
The young phoenix looks cute, smiling face.
Yeah. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I meant to press. Oops. Knight, guilty, and caught. He was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like a blampot, yeah, you didn't tell me. The blatant breach of trust, that was.
I can see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded. Remanded? Okay. In Barclay Prison, yeah. Yes, the prosecutor's office was under supervision of the irrelevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In his homeland. In that case, why wasn't it found in his cell? Look, what do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned in the prosecutor's office, would you have expected it to have remained there for safekeeping, surely? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ouch. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. A prisoner governor cannot be expected to
It's
the
reprimanded so they may.
inner workings of the
Upsy
prosecutor's
whoopsie
office.
typo.
Reprimanded. Okay. Honestly, yeah, this game has really pushed a lot of the accents to the 10th degree. All of the characters seem to have some sort of accent to a degree. Like, ugh. It can get a bit really hard to read half the time because this guy uses Ken for the word no. Like knowing something, right? So Can you expect it to connect the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you'd like to shed some light on the matter? I am unable to offer an explanation here and now. Fucking really? I would like to have consulted with the notary responsible for the will at the time. So we're all just in agreement that there's absolutely no explanation for this. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. Okay, I guess we're just ignoring it.
I'm just Ken. Anywhere else I'd be a 10. I'm just Pete and I like jugs. I'm mentally ill and I'm on drugs.
Whoa. I was just thinking about Ken in Persona 3 and making a joke about how he shot some guy. But then I was like, eh, let's not spoil it. Just in case. Turn the cell inside out, looking for the execution, but not avail. To no avail! And the governor who
Go back in
ordered
your
the
cage,
search. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. When I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the caveat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely in my face." This guy just makes this kind of pose towards you. What do? Just goes up to you and starts like jiggling his body around. I will. It's done the governor to... It's done for the governor to keep everybody working hard as he should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it was proved impossible to find.
He does not deserve the sunlight. I don't care if he's 11, I'll throw him down the stairs into the basement.
I'm pretty sure he knows enough acrobatics to get out of it. Find a window or something. Or like, I don't know. Basements have like maybe those tiny little windows, right? And he's tiny enough to get through.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was the morning paper. That blood-curdling article.
It was in the
executed mass murderer who arose from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
Oh, he's going to Alcatraz then.
Alcatraz. The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience with the Logate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when that awful accusation was made.
So you aided Genshin Asagi to escape the prison result... That you'd aided Genshin
Why they
Asagi
call out my
escape
uncle?
the prison. And then resulting in your immediate dismissal? I don't think they're calling him out, they're just pointing out that he was the one who witnessed the professor escaping from the prison. His breakdown was actually like the worst in the entire series thus far. Because it was just him looking sad, basically.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no other choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asaki papers when the derivative told me to impound them. And the directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I don't know. I didn't know about affordable, and I didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do anything in my power to find the document. The directive said that it was somewhere hidden in the fella's cell. Document?
He brought me a nice pistol from one of the graves.
Oh, that's right. He was grave robbing, wasn't he? Jesus. Or rather, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what he was doing. If he was doing it to get a body for experiments or whatever, I can't tell. Was the wording document, not will? Aye, that's what it said.
Kaiden is so tall that his hands are going off screen.
You're not wrong. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isagi's last will that and testament that the last sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
He was doing it for ZI monies.
Was there any other document that he could have tried to get a hand on? I've gone missing? I can't say for sure.
Hold it!
He's saying it was found in a kimono. In Mr. Isagi's kimono? Hey! The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Haruma, the famous sword of the Isagi clan.
Knocked up. He was pregnant.
No. Marco, this might be a surprise for you, but men typically can't get pregnant. Even if they feel like they are. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have been had more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates were shackled around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. No. I don't believe you. He was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
New info. Damn.
He was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will afore and came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see.
Then why is my stomach huge?
I don't know, you're eating too many Big Macs. Or whatever it is you drink. Or eat. Or succumb to. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A sururi?
Inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hard hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
Maybe you're just eating too many banana.
Bananas.
Big banana.
Starna 7 dumb Starna 7 dumb Starna 7 dumb fuck.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say that the letters just looked like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hold on. Pardon. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
He's literally looking like he's about to crack his head on the witness stand. Mr. Vigil!
I
Sir!
smacked if man fucked the woman and she gets knocked up, that it would go the same if a guy fucked a guy.
Nope. There's gotta be a voom inside. Although, what if you could fashion your intestines
At random
into a
Marco
womb?
same.
Would that be impossible to fashion intestines into a womb? I mean, obviously there's a difference in like what the organs do, but the necessities are an egg creating plant, ovaries obviously. Some attachment from the womb to the stomach to allow nutrition into the fetus.
My biology teachers taught me nothing. Same.
I didn't even have biology as a subject in my school. It was all just under the credence of science. And we learned that Bunsen burners smell awesome when you smell like ass.
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
And he's going again.
Alright, I'm dead, bye.
Apparently you can get like high on huffing versions of different gases. Apparently you can huff glue and it will like get you
A
high in
friend
a
of
way,
mine
which
learned
is
how
weird.
piss tasted.
Really? I mean, I've done that before when I was young. Just like, whatever, let's see what it tastes like. It's not great. But it's not like the worst thing either.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we've just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm able to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord?
The teacher punished the class by making them drink his ois.
That's ois. Okay. Apparently there is a weird way of, you could try and filter out your own piss into drinkable water. There is a way to do that, and I think it is something that could be taught, I suppose, in schools, although it doesn't sound like it would. It sounds like it's breaching something. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with the possibility or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr.
Damn
Vigil.
my paws, the small parts keep pressing the ring letter.
The ring litter. Okay, I don't know how that's possible then, Marco. Because if you got small paws, then you don't have the excuse of having giant fingers that press multiple keys at a time. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about paws as a whole, not the individual digits. Right. Okay, I understand now.
Yes, it was Scarlet.
Scarlet?
As I remember, the document was written in a scarlet ink, but perhaps I was mistaken.
Human form I have.
Recent ink stains visible on the finger, little and ring fingers in the right hand, but no document or
Kill
corresponding
yourself,
ink
do
was
not.
found.
Kill you, that shit will.
Okay. That has to be it. That has to be it. I'm gonna press because that has to be it. I knew that would eventually come up to pass, but we have got it.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you say you thought saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you see. What?
Heavens again. Hammers again. You got no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. Read it? That's a funny little word. I'm gonna make a website completely about that, where people can essentially cover themselves into safe locations where they can repeatedly talk about singular topics and hide from anything else that they don't like. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Anyway, it states that the scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, it does.
Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not very familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, would they?
Your wits are not appreciated. Stop being mean to my dead brother. My brother was well-bred and very vivacious man. He cleaned his little fingers all day. Should the ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned it off immediately.
What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in his unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had an opportunity to clean his hands. What?
Well, he could have also died before he got to a place to wash his hands. And you know how hard it is to find that during winter. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell has opened.
Holy shit, this movie is brutal.
You mentioned movie, but I don't know what you're talking about.
But Ginter was punctuous about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in color of the ink that was in the inkwell had ever been found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hands that night in the cell was the same
My
document?
mom's watching a movie and they hang a guy.
Oh. Jesus. Sounds like an old-timey movie then. Hanging was very much a common thing. Maybe a pirate movie. Nah. The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing the moments before his death.
It was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony can be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil!
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asagi with the document in his cell, his precise words were to you as follows, were they not?
All right then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah!
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we do know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asagi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. So the will was actually more to do with Clint.
Whenever
so Clint
someone
knew that he
yells
was
at
dying.
Vigil, I imagine him fainting.
You're not wrong. Vigil has a constant air of falling on the verge of being passed out. I mean, he did actually faint in the last session when we found out who he was. So yeah, Clint was already under the understanding that he was going to die, and he was writing a will. Huh. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asagi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
No.
What?
Objection. This is madness. Madness. This is Sparta.
Little old meme right there.
My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't have rested until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
And yet, we can be sure that this was he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asagi came into that possession of that document. So what could that will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't have been made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father would have been able to negotiate with the Judicacy for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact a daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that that will contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of the phantom will, nobody can attest to seeing, serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord. It is unacceptable. What do you say, counsel? The last will and testament of Genshin Asagi had in his possession that was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks, the will of Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion. God, the amount of times we've had to reiterate this. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the Judicacy would have been willing to negotiate a jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits all those facts is an unthinkable truth that will completely turn everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client to pursue the truth. That is what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of that will were related to the professor's case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks were in fact a confession, an accusation, a report. So it's very possible that it was a confession. A confession, accusation, a report. I want to think, though. The accusation would be that he knew who the professor was. The confession is that he himself was the professor. I don't know if confession actually stands, because why would the entirety of the judicacy go out of their way to keep that from getting out? Like Clint Van Zieks got away with it. Accusation is better, I think. Yeah. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Asagi took it, since it was he who implicated in the document. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have been given to Mr. Asagi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting that the accusation was against some other person. No. If it were the case, the two men would have surely collaborated to pursue the truth culprit together. I have failed. Oops. Alright. Fuck you, game. There was a confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection! Enough. Counsel. What on earth are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate that this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asagi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. That was loud. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbred of the British judicacy since. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice at the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, the law of this country would be... Oh my godness. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of the enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Someone put drugs in the air of the court. This shit is over the fucking top.
Yep.
Yes, he did. Balmung. He's a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of a jewel-crusted, studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. So, it so happens that myself and my colleague had come across the collar during the time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? What? The emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's an insignia of the Bakervilles family.
What? The Bakervilles? Why is that name coming up now?
Bakerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was the heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar that you've described was Balmung.
The family insignia on Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from a human prey.
So it's true then. Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor.
Possible. These Japanese are making up to exonerate their own. So the fact that this person responsible for the murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. And that threatened the enormous scandal, that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and he was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
"10 years have passed.
And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing justice was done. And though it was his anomaly remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was."
He was a little shit. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor, he went in pursuit of the black roots of crime. He drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become the most even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years in Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until, eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat unsurprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up into my office one night. The professor? Yes, it's beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive.
Triple A me 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 a a a me 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 a a a a.
Eh, me, 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 eh, me, 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 eh. Me, 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 me.
But he keeps that enormous savage hound on the estates. We need the full support of the judicacy for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put a Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenacious accusation of a visiting student.
This is making me sleepy, like a bedtime story.
It is very comfy, isn't it? So I turned out Asogi's plea, and as a result he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine what happened between the two men. Though we know of the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I do not believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks
Maybe
meet the same
because I'm
fate.
snuggled up in my bed.
Oh. He put a permanent end to the professor's killing by taking the drastic measures of ending the perpetuator's life. That's a bit... I mean, Clint Van Zieks literally made a will, right? Just before he died, so I don't know about that. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. There was nothing of that nature found at the scene. We had no idea about the existence of such a document at the time. So, we all admitted that you executed a guy, sentenced the guy to execution, even though you knew that he wasn't actually guilty of the crime. Well, you fucked your entire... you're lost. You lost your freaking... any
Sounds
credibility
like a
you
skill
have.
issue.
Jesus. I was the only person who knew about the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what I needed needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if it meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged to fabricate this evidence, in order for the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? You can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asagi who murdered the Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that late night.
Yes, well, I've had no doubt that it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to the Dr. Wilson, who framed its discovery from the victim's stomach during an autopsy. In the light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asagi was found guilty and charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him to comply.
You see, he had one crippling weakness. Oh, what weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asagi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asagi?
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate, and I accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial, by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claim you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asagi. The gallows.
Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're so desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, that hasn't escaped my mind. Which is the reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what is it to be, Asagi?
Kazuma.
He did it for me? As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection! I've never dared let myself be consider this possibility until now. But the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper and of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zeeks?
that the spirit of your late brother and the paragon of justice should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What the blazon?
I knew that you'd play the part of
proves
the... Oh my goodness. He's just flat out just fully admitting and just saying how
He's
funny it
as
is. Yeah, he's literally just finding it super funny that he... Oh god. I knew that you'd play your part to perfection. But your role was really wasn't for some sort of embroiderment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
My inner low tier god is gonna activate.
Those who were cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate with my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the fingers of my guilt would never come to rest upon you. It is all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became. But Mr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded the law I've successfully safeguarded the law and order of our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Nope, not everything.
Hey Nathan, your life is everything. You serve all purpose. You should treat yourself now. And give yourself a piece of that oxygen, in ozone layer, that's covered up so that we can breathe inside this blue trapped bubble. Because what am I here for? To worship you. Love yourself. I mean that with 100%, with 1000%.
Wow. Well, thank you, Marco. Thanks for telling me to continue existing and living life on this godforsaken planet. Thank you. And to you too. Sorry, I'm just thinking of the 1000%. If you loved yourself with 1000%, I think you'd be loving yourself a bit too much. And bit being way too much. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess that it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were criminals, right? If they were all in the aid of keeping the law and order.
There's no one left.
I mean it with 100% of my 1000%.
Oh, I see. I see. Ah. I don't have any more tea to drink. Damn it. Well, thank you anyway, Marco. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present
Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you will all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of this country.
Can he do this? Can this trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks.
What?
Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding for the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi will still welcome on this earth. However much we would like to debate this matter, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from that time. The would-be gone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will, and testament penned in the black ink left behind by that man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as we have explained it. Later today, I present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanctions is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Why did I hear a chick talk shit?
Objection!
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. The chick talk shit? I don't fucking know. I don't think there's any women in this room besides Susato at this point.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist this trial continues. I beg your pardon? As this court has been reminded today...
I heard PT.
Oh. Was that me going... I think that might have been me. As the court has been reminded today, already, we mustn't stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by
Why
somebody
you
in this
talking
courtroom.
shit, bro?
I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying weird noises. Shit comes out my butt, not my mouth. This is common thought. Common knowledge, in fact. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this court moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusion here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely said something contradictory this time. To identify who. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak. Let's see. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asagi still walk the earth. But how much we would debate, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from that time. No. There's the collar, right? And Van Zeek said the third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time, recognized the brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. I think maybe
Reading
that
the video game.
I do think that it's possible that Van Zeeks was, or Lord Strongheart was lying about there only being two pieces of evidence. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Runescape. Think over the words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin still walk among the earth. However we debate this matter, we cannot reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from that time. The begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence that condemned the Genshin Asagi, and 3-page last will and testament that penned the black ink. And black ink that left behind by that man. By the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, there was something you said that's inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst that inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue the explanation. Runescape, what? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, Counsel. They could very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction with what evidence? I have no actual clue here. The three-page last will and testament penned by black ink and left behind by the man. Don't save in the same slot. We're going to save it in the 4th slot here. Because it could be that I've gone for the wrong character.
Take that!
Is this right? Here is the will left behind by Mr. Asagi. The 2-paged will. Right. I was like wrongfully thinking about the will as a 3-piece because the one part of it got taken apart away, but in reality, the will was a separate thing from the Van Zeek's will.
Nathan, you're pretty with the Gen Z. Do you know what northeast means?
I am not pretty with the Gen Z. Northeast just means northeast. Up and to the right. If you ever need to know a nice little tidbit about the understanding directions, Naughty Elephant Spray Water. That's how I remember it. North, east, south, west, clockwise. Naughty Elephants Spray Water. There are different ones as well, but that's how I remember it. East is on the right, west is on the left. So it's northeast is up, right. Kind of like 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2 o'clock. There you go. An over-explained explanation of northeast. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Oh. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? Aye, that's for sure. I can remember it black and verkins with scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to the lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We couldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain back in Japan, you see, eh?
Now for fun, do you want to know how the sides are written in my native language?
Language. Sure thing, Marco. Teach me about your Corsican heritage. So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me. This courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right now. But my father's message. My father's message. Oh, yes, it smells like my father. Kazuma, that's really fucking weird. It'll be given to you at the end of this proceedings. Too late once this trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
East equals Istok. South equals Jug. West equals Zapad.
Oh god. Shiver, Istok, Jug, Zapad. So it's S-I-J-Z. Sleep in Jazzy Zoo. Sleep in Jazzy Zoos, maybe? That's how I remember it, or something. My lord! The defense calls for Genshin Asagi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. It's inevitably Malden words, can be no consequence now. The prosecution agrees.
The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Kaiden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only
Hey Nathan,
I ought to
I
point
got
out
a
minute.
game recommendation.
Ooh, another one. Sure. Lay it on me. I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read weird language.
This beautiful writing. Shame on you, Barry.
Fear and Hunger.
Shame on you,
I
Batty.
think it's right up your alley.
Fear and Hunger. I think I've actually vaguely heard that title before. I can't quite get. Let me just put it in my nice thing. Fear and Hunger, is that what it is? It actually does look really interesting. It, just from like the first picture I see, it looks kind of like an RPG Silent Hill kind of look to it. Holy crap. Alright, damn. That is super cool looking. Cool. Holy crap, this does look like really interesting. Alright. That's definitely going on the list. Let me just do a quick... How long to beat? Main story, 17 polled that it would be 9
It's
hours
RPG
and 25
Maker game.
minutes. If I did extra stuff, it would be 21 hours and 35 minutes. And completionist run would be 40 hours. So if I tried to do everything the game had, it would be a 40-hour game. But if I stuck solely to the main story, it'd be a 9-hour experience. That's at least how people have polled it. Typically, I should expect around 17 hours from not knowing what to do or where to go. Alright. I'll keep that definitely in mind, because it does look really interesting to me. It definitely... Yeah, it's an RPG Maker game. I noticed the style of the UI boxes and whatnot.
If I could be of an assistance here, I would happily translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
No, I'm not going to take some random person who's clearly got a closeness to the person we are all calling a monster. Sorry, but you could clearly... I need someone I can trust. So, no. Well, still here, are you, Mikotoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the Judicacy, a bit a lowly one.
But perhaps I could quietly withdraw after I translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated. Alright.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thine head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Haiku poem? Twist thy head.
Father, what is Kairuma? The name of the Asagi's clan's famous sword. It's a razor-sharp blade known to all as passed down from generations and embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution's counsel when confronted with Inspector Gregson. Honestly, this is something that I wanted to do from the frickin' start, but yeah, twist the head. Twist the head, Rinosuke. Twist the bloody head!
Details about the Asagi papers have been updated in the court record. Darkness accept the fair. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness that only our great clan's sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thine head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment for this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all of that, there's no new information has come to light. Can I check it now? Come on, seriously. There we go. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal souls. The proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it? It hurts my neck. That's the trouble. If it hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh.
I once studied the history of developing the katana some time ago, and I'm sure you're probably aware that the sword's head is actually a part at the very end of the hilt.
Yep.
It's written in his head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Asagi's words actually mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Wait.
Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound piece of parchment?
He written scarlet ink. Oh my.
It's scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks. And the date? 10 years ago. On that fateful night.
So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Look at this thing that I just found. Be ready. When I say go, be ready to throw.
Go! Throw it on him, not me!
Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been hidden inside the great sword Karuma all these years, a trump card left behind by Genshin Asagi. Found it! I cannot read this shit. Apparently that's not going to give me the big old surreal breakthrough. I've got to listen to the characters read it. In pursuit of his justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, he clearly was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection! How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
It is too much time has passed. We cannot ever truly hope to know more than what we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap this up. I wonder why. We've heard that you state time and time again under these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction of crime in the capital we've seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress this up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no arguments carry weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over, but can I? Yeah. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd.
There's nothing of relevance remaining from that time.
Objection.
Finally, he's starting to show some worry.
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's notice. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? You're all looking at me like I'm some sort of genie, but I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you? Decisive.
Well, it would appear that there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you might have to settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is the evidence
Bro is not a
that
genie. He's a mega
defense?
icon.
He's a magician. Funny you say that. Magicians are also a funny staple of Ezatani, even though they break the freaking point of logic and reasoning that these games are supposed to hold. Eh. Let's just save in case it's like, oh, you're supposed to present the sword because it holds the key to what you're supposed to be presenting. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Claude Clint Van Zieks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in the case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered it only moments ago.
Oh, fuck. Impossible. It can't be.
Everything that happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock this entire mystery.
Oh my god, he's pooping. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma?
The ultimate weapon Genshin Asagi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword
Van
on all
Zieks
these
warned him.
years. Yep. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal this truth.
The signature and the seal definitely look official.
My god. It's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid these documents being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You cannot do that, my lord. The document would explain everything.
The document could literally destroy the meanings of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why?
Strong
you trying to
heart has
hide?
a major skill issue.
Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? The court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as the Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial in order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen that day. It's exactly what that young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's inside that will. A right and a duty.
Well, 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 my lord. It would rather appear as though the proceedings aren't quite going quite as you'd hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Have you actually been even acting as prosecution this entire time? Not really, honestly. Anyway, very well.
Oh, for God's sakes. This toilet seat is going to break under the pressure.
Seriously, this is how anyone looks when they're constipated. Jesus Christ, why is there so many constipated faces in this goddamn case?
For God's sake. No!
I have one comment on Strong Heart's loss. Womp womp.
Womp womp, skadump bump bump. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk at my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He's expressed his intent to invoke my dying ritual of a duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor in which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to have known in this society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of the member of the House of Lords at the heart of this depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile advices. Only the fellow demon can rid his society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly sent my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became suspect to his extortion, subject to his extortion. He held me over the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. I have watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of this hound I commanded. I realize that I have lost the last shred of decency within me, and shrunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my extortioner, male
Holy fucking
Strongheart.
shit, the new lore is crazy.
Male Strongheart, you may feel the jaws of the beast at your throat any time you swallow. That'd be some crazy lore. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. I finally got the poop out. I feel good now.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had heard could destroy the justice of this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. What you're trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
It just didn't make sense to me. What the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the men who stood between you and the office you had set your sights upon. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at its roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight crime, he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering a man.
The Reaper, the Professor, the names make no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it is all done for the preservation, the furtherance of the law and order in the London.
Clint Eastwood, I mean Clint Van Zeeks.
Yep. So, I'm guessing Clint only did one murder, or maybe two? Simply put, yeah. At least that murder was Male Strongheart, which I already kind of assumed at some point that the murder that...
You.
Thank you, Marker. It felt good as well. But yeah, Male Strongheart is the one that directed the assassinations, essentially, or killings. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done in the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin is soggy. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
Fun fact, the power of one sneeze can kill you.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following the mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
And there just had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his rehabilitation. Yeah. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made it him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. I told him that the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs would be his. He couldn't agree fast enough.
Shishiro, you fool.
So, yeah, the Japanese judge was also a monster murderer who was willing to kill his former friend, or his actual friend. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in the closed casket that was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of the grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! Yep, Marker! Look it! It's him! It's Drebber! A young Drebber. There was an unexpected visitor at the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up graves. The man who witnessed was what nobody was supposed to see.
Uncle.
Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night, blast! If people find out that the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised he could return him to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jesus, dude. This Japanese judge did not think that through, did he? Jigoku shot Asagi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as the legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asagi's body back into the grave from whence he emerged. When I later learned of the lax-worked modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made us swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret that was buried along with Asagi's corpse. So, now you know really what happened at Lowgate Cemetery that night. Well, looks like we've got a bunch of murderers to put behind bars. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asagi in the Enjusi. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled that trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the court earlier.
I lost count. How many?
God. So, Clint killed people on his own prerogative. Male Strongheart made Clint kill people on his prerogative. Judge Jigoku killed Asagi, his father. Kazuma's father. Enoch Drebber ended up killing another dude because nobody believed him. This just spiked a shit ton of murders, basically. Jesus Christ. He said the assassin exchange was a demand from the British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened at the graveyard? 3. I think 3, but since Clint is dead, he's probably not going to be imprisoned, right? So, but his family is probably going to have a lot of problems because of that.
I gotta bail my uncle out.
Ironically, your uncle actually didn't technically kill the dude, even though he intended to. So your uncle technically is only going to be charged with attempt and planning. So attempted murder and the planning of murder. I can't remember the exact words for it. But yeah, it was Dr. Scythe that actually did that murder. Ironically.
That's still 8 months.
But it's better than the capital punishment that would happen nowadays in these times, which is a hanging by the noose, or possibly the execution chair. I'm not sure if that's been made yet. I don't think they've got anything that's a nice way to go out. By the time Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain, you can imagine what would happen if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I thought tirelessly with the darkest recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't thought crime at all.
How dare you?
I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death. Whilst being behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect the justice system and public order.
Let us not forget the others you killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the mass murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to this acquittal of those wretched criminals? We've had to fight fire with fire! The courts cannot function without a Reaper! Can't you all see what I've done for this country? This has all been my struggle!
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who's worked tirelessly justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. Well, fuck. Big me up, why don't you?
When the electric chair doesn't work, why isn't it working? Me, can you try plugging it out and back in? If that doesn't work, try the breaker. When you go into the back room you'll see a white box and bunch of switches. Just pull the one connected to this room off and on, then it should work.
Turn it off and on. Oy. I don't think electric chair is the way you'd want to go, because you're not dying quickly. You're feeling every amount of pain in every morsel of your body and every nerve. And Inspector Gregson, thought with anguish for having sullied his hands through the desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asagi, who risked his life going through the pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
Look at he's getting fucking high on this anger. Holy shit. That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tired of hearing that excuse.
But if they put it to 400,000 volts, I'll be done in seasons.
In seasons? Maybe. But you'd still probably have your eyes burst from electricity. Which apparently happens. The thing that needs to die, essentially, is your brain for you to actually die, right? And your brain essentially boils because of the electricity, which is fucked up. I'm tired of hearing that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more.
Why did it read seasons as seasons?
Well, it's not. That's not how you pronounce. That's not how you spell seconds. There's an O instead of the second E. Ugh. People who are willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judicacy.
seconds.
Yep, that's it. I strongly suggest that you never talk about justice again. Isn't it good for him this is a closed trial? My god, he's doing it. Well, well, well.
Bruh,
Dear me, my
this
good
shit is
fellows.
massive.
Dear me. Dear me, my fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for the miraculous performance. What are you talking about? Those
AHH, I shit myself.
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen Ing's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand.
That's
It's
what Strongheart is going through right now.
Pretty much. Please don't misunderstand. It's really exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? Oh, God, I miss. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it? Done nothing.
The 4 stages of shitting yourself.
I confess that it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I have merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on other people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Everyone in the court, if you just fucking heard this shit, look at his hair, it's fucked up. I would like to address...
Nathan, where is my gun? I need it for this guy. His shit smells too bad.
God damn it. I'm pretty sure at this point, he's lost any and all credibility of being a judge. It was lost a long time ago, but this is just blatant ridiculousness at this point. I would like to address all good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judicacy at present here. You all know of the darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell within there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of the royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself? That the evidence was fabricated in a scapegoat's trial amidst the secret negotiations with prosecutors and the effect of a jailbreak? That the Reapers of the Bailey was an organized group of the assassins managed by Scotland Yard's inspector? And finally, that it was all a mastermind.
Me Epe, me go bed.
Okay, Marco. Take care. I'm almost done with this game, I think, anyway, at this point. Jesus Christ. That it was all masterminded by a Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back into the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force and comprehensive set of laws. And we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order. I say again, we must at all times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial, and these are the only matters, and all these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies of the gentlemen, what do you say, you?
He has a point. The things Lord Stronghart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul. This is all thanks to Lord Stronghart.
Balls.
I've lost all fucking faith in this goddamn courtroom. Holy fucking shit. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judicacy? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
All right, time to start the new murder spree.
Yep, apparently that's what we're all agreeing to. Well, it's okay to murder people as long as you have the power to do so and get away with it. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation.
I bet Stronghart has speech 89.
I have a feeling we're gonna have to call freaking Sherlock Holmes or Sherlock Sherms on the freaking rabbit. Why do I just have a feeling that that's gonna be the case?
You've consecutively proven his point, guilt. Yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke. It looks as though this trial is really going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, think. There's really only one path left open to me. Raise an objection. Use evidence.
Finally,
that's it.
my fellows, I enter the courtroom.
Yep, pretty much. Use evidence. Yes. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know what'll come of it, but if there's anything time for using this particular piece of evidence we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked that if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So, I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Take the rabbit's hair by the ears and heave.
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes! Oh my god, I'm losing my fucking voice. Holy shit! That's never happened before. Holy fuck. Sholmes! Sholmes! Whoa! That was a surprise for me. You're looking quite at the wrong directions, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here!
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
Teleporting!
It's Mr. Sholmes!
Walking in as a hologram, of course.
I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, my Lord Strongheart.
What's the meaning of this?
Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a close court. You've been warned already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just keep going right through him. He's literally... What the fuck is this fucking shit? Oh my god. I don't even know what to say to this. He's literally just fucking playing around with them. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. We have invented holograms!
I have supernatural powers.
I don't know how we fucking got to this point, but that's what's happening. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I've heard that public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into electrical signal that's transmitted instantly to another place.
What? Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I have some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation? Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description.
What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we
This
might
is
as well
fucking epic.
transmit this entire scene. Somewhat incidentally? Mr. Sholmes, now you're just meaning modest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after the shock of your arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned by the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! Or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to be on a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? A very question I was waiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in the rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What is Buckingham Palace, Prince Susato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Buckingham Palace is where the Queen is, basically. It's the royal family's home, basically. Mr. Sholmes, well, nowadays it's the king. Is Iris there with you? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
I wonder at
Majesty?
times, do your parents not hear the yelling when you play games?
They've possibly, but they also understand that what I'm doing. Essentially, yeah. I'm not doing this really late at night, so it's not like I'm disturbing anyone, I don't think. They're probably hearing me, but they don't mention it anyway. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you'll see. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What?
What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Queen Majesty's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen. You can't mean... I mean...
Queen Elizabeth II ND.
Oh, yes. This must be some kind of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by the third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by the elite members of the judicacy is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear standing before you, regaling you with talks of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. My God, my voice is completely busted. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard everything to the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the appliance of Her Majesty. Spices of Her Majesty. I've never heard that word either. As you know.
What 4 hours of reading does to a MF?
You. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you have been engaged in over these 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about.
Oh, Vicky. So I don't think this is Queen Elizabeth. I think this is Victoria. Is it?
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message for from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be persecuted for his crimes against this country in the
This
public
is
trial
alternate
by the
timeline
jury.
where she is still the queen and was not dethroned.
Oh, okay. By jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe that we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered by the shadows at all. From the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because you are no longer... Because no longer you, the Lord Chief Justice.
This is fucking epic.
In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned! 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 This court is adjourned!
Oh, fire hazard, fire hazard, fire hazard. Uh-oh. Holy crap. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. That is actually possibly one of the best breakdowns of the entire series. Holy fuck, the court is on fire. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do everything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? I needed to obtain that will. The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that I fabricated Asogi's escape. He would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching for his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
That was fucking awesome. The amount of the epicness is mesmerizing.
Alright, yeah. Yep, I actually agree. Holy crap. Actually did really make a lot of the toils I've had worth it. Seeing that all explode in fiery vengeance. Oh my god, I loved it.
It pains me now. Is that my brother left the world without a word to me?
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more
Best
to the last
breakdown
will
so far,
and
Your
treatment.
Honor.
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my young brother. Barak, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for your forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives, and the second, I cannot put commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She may find the resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint.
More flashbangs. Male Strongheart. You can colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spans the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those people who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about it now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak.
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for that ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
When it turns out there's one more case LUL.
Swear to Christ if it is. Ah, Mr. Reaper! You are not forgetting something.
Such as?
You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you aren't the defendant of this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord.
Hello. I was down here, just behind the desk. Yes, I was behind the chair. I was just, playing on my Nintendo. That's all it was, really. I love the Japanese consoles. They're very good gaming devices, I think. Anyway, hello. As a member of the Judicacy, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed in here today.
Oh, gee, Judge!
The darkness has blighted justice in our land. These past 10 years has finally been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heart-held thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had a faintest of imitations. That if British justice so warped and twisted in its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death.
I must say, this Nintendo Entertainment System sure is great. I give my thanks to Naruhodo for bringing it to me.
Yep. That's one of the things the Japanese do best. Gaming consoles. And hentai.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Asagi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, helped me study and to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, an exceptional master of logic.
The Japanese are good at gaming consoles and hentai lol.
Yep, pretty much. The exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who's shown me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that's always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even people on the brink of despair can lead people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must always resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's judicial system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well
then. It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety I've caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Varric Van Zeeks. In conclusion to the proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Varric Van Zeeks not guilty.
Finally! The justice scales have gone as well.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Hold it! But what about this part of evidence? We need to continue this on even further! But no, we're finally at the end. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo?
We just hit 4 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty good time, honestly. I'm just wondering how long this ending scenes will be.
I really must congratulate you. It was truly a splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side.
LUL.
Hopefully not. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a splendid show, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hey, Mikotoba, I thought you were evil through the entirety of the game. Holy crap.
I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Well, in that case, I'm quite sure when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem so much better.
I don't smile. I don't smile. Every time I smile, a puppy dies.
Miss Susato, everything seems worse.
Why the fuck would your friend's dad be evil? Nathan, you have very low standards.
Look, this was before, like, I understood what his character was to the point. He's a professor. He had so many, like, ties and deals to the whole professor case. It felt like it was, like, the underlying horrifying truth that needs to be revealed, right? They constantly kept saying, even though it seems horrifying, you must reveal the truth. It felt like it was going in that direction, but obviously they were like, actually, he's the Watson of this game. Anyway. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
it's almost been a year now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you have demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth that you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you've held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
I
But
don't smile. Every time I smile, a puppy dies.
I'm like, that's a joke from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged Seto Kaiba. It's honestly really funny. But yeah, I feel like it applies here.
But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with steadfast eyes for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh! Well, thank you.
What a magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face the very moment he was here.
Kazuma? And
Hey,
nope.
You there? Guess who I am? Jesus, ha 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 ha.
Yep. Yep. Of course, he's not smiling either.
My daddy's still dead, you know.
Miss Usato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
Why does everyone have napkins around their necks?
It's a freaking old-timey, classy aristocrats thing. It's, they're called, oh, what they're called? God damn it. Ascot. No. Is it ascot? No, an ascot is like a woven scarf. Oh, is it? It might be an ascot. Whatever, it's essentially what fancy people do. It's like why Edgeworth has one. in a way. And Von Karma.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then
Have
perhaps...
they never been to Croatia? I mean, they made ties and it would flash up their fashion sense.
Sorry, but ties are more of a modern professionalism look. I don't know if I'd wear a tie if casually, right? It's just too fancy. Not fancy, it's too constricting and professional looking.
I've made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said...
Guess where I'm going this month?
Canada? I suppose you thought with justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
No, silly. I'm going to court.
Oh. Alright, you're doing that whole trial with the kids and the hidden initials inside the weapon. Jesus Christ. Just saying that out loud sounds really weird.
Your words mean more to me than you could ever know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
Gonna be on jury duty.
Oh, okay. Jury duty is apparently it sounds like it would be fun listening to court cases, but apparently it's really fucking boring.
What? That case was solved.
Ah, yeah. Sorry. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective. A hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First, to hide the paper. Second is something you cannot not commit to paper.
And
What?
why would I be going to Canada? The tournament is tomorrow.
I'm sorry, my brain gets kerfuffled. I've got like 10,000 different logic fragments going around in my head, and most of them are from this game. So, I can't consume this idea. Reboot. Ah! Reboot initiated. Okay, good. I'm awake now. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
See, send wishes these nuts.
God damn it. Got him.
Haha, got him.
Yep. I think Shums. Nope.
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago now, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Funny how we don't mention any of this. Ever. Why aren't you putting up...
OBOI.
Oh boy. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Shishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
Genshin.
Yep, Genshin. His name sounds similarly to Genshin. A freaking gambling addiction simulator.
Like Genshin Impact?
Pretty much. Yep.
You're one of my greatest friend, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady in the gentry in hiding there.
Oh my god. We've got the daughter, Iris. Iris's father was Clint, and ultimately the professor. Holy crap, okay.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way. She's a child. The birth is imminent. With a child, the birth is imminent.
My mind just imagined Maiko Toba talking to the Genshin Impact app icon LUL.
God damn it. Paimon, or whatever her name is.
I'm not food. You can't eat me. Stop making jokes about eating me.
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her. Please, you're our only hope.
By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft.
It's a favor I was asked of me by the man I knew, as his last dying wish.
If I can
My
cook
goodness.
you are emergency food.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for the wife and his unborn child. But if something were to happen to me, I need to ask you to do the same favor. You're the only person that I could truly rely on.
What did you say? If something were to happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life could bring.
Fuck you. Alright, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Shishiro and...
No, not with him.
This
Pardon?
is a weird-ass family tree.
It fucking is beyond ridiculous.
This is a favor I'm asking of you and only you, Eugene.
Alright, well, very well then.
4 dads.
That very night, I caught the train from Paddington to Dartmoor and in Devon. I found an old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound laid asleep at the grounds.
The poor woman was on the floor at
No,
the back
wait.
of the darkened wound.
5.
She was in mortal danger. So many dads of this game.
I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she was weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and their child.
Was it really impossible for her to go to a hospital?
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my...
AZG old guy. Waston knockoff. Clint and Sholmes.
Pretty much. Yep. Although Sholmes isn't technically a father. Although... Actually, yeah, you know what? I understand what you're saying. They're all essentially Iris's father. Jesus Christ.
I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in some sort of a daze, I looked around the room.
4 adoptive dads and 1 true dad that died.
Oh.
There was precious little in it, but my old travel trunk had caught my eye. It was clearly well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather, with
fine stitching. Oh my god, this is the same crying that you hear in Fallout 3. I'm fairly certain it is. Holy shit. They really did use stock baby crying. God damn you people. You are so... What's it called? So scared that you can't carry out a baby crying sounds on your own, you silly people. But when I saw that the emblem was on the side of it, everything dropped into place. B for Baskervilles. Baskervilles.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But
Hey,
that makes no
getting
sense.
a girl pregnant is not easy.
I think there's a lot of people in the world that would say otherwise.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to... Wouldn't the Clint have entrusted the child into my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
Suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed to everything to his wife, so she must have been besides herself with worry for the child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, that girl would forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself,
You gotta find a gal that is fertile and a guy without erectile dysfunction.
Apparently, erectile dysfunction becomes a bigger problem as you grow older, apparently. I don't know if it's uncommon for women to be unfertile, no. And even then, an unfertile woman can still have a fertile egg placed inside of her.
And wait for over 10 months.
he would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is
Then
someone I can
record the
trust.
baby crying.
Is someone I can trust.
I mean, is it really impossible to find a baby actor? And a baby that, just prodded a little bit in a sad way, and then given all the ice cream in the world? Come on. If it's for the purposes of, gaining sound, I don't think it'd be impossible. Just go into, like, a random-ass fairgrounds and just
And
point
edit it
it
so
at
it
random
sings
people.
a song from AC/DC. This is a reference.
Okay, I don't get it. Sorry.
I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to go ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes.
You do not know the dad that is legendary.
He had a heart of gold. I don't think so.
Really, all it can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
And when I came to Britain, I was trying to escape the grief of losing my darling wife.
So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words...
The name of my mother.
Let's steal his heart, it will sell for thousands.
Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right, Ayame, or in English, Iris. Iris. Was this really a surprise, guys? We already got through the logic. You should have figured this out by yourself.
I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what is wrong?
The little thing pinched me on the side of my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, yes, we can hear you. You see that excessive tugging can do? Let it be a lesson for you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you've been ever so simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? As best myself, I feel. If it had become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief Justice would require such measures.
Runo! Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, nobody brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
She's my niece.
No, really? Ah, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself to your residence at the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all the help earlier.
Oh, it was nothing. Just come back soon.
Bing bong ding dong. Yow! Ugh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I'd ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe that you've saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zieks.
Gay.
Gay? I'm sure literally everyone who played this game has just been screaming,
Gay! They're so gay for each other.
in literally every scenario that involves two men. Because that is this fandom. And any other fandom, really. Reseating myself.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly I have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
The R34 speaks for itself.
I'm sure it does.
I intend to publicize the full truth of the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon?
For the past 10 years, you have endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed of that dispute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Wait, Kazuma, we need to have a last conversation.
My research says over 2,000 gay are 34 of the Ace Attorney games.
I wouldn't be surprised. Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth is literally expected by some people of the fandom. It's like it's impossible that they're not gay for each other. It can be really fucking annoying when it's constantly shoved in your face. Kazuma Asagi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with dinner tonight.
We must. I am
You'd be
starved.
surprised who it is for the 5th case.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Yep, we have to decide whether Ryunosuke is going back to Japan or staying in Britain. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Show'em Suite. If I had to guess, Naruhodo's probably going to go back to Japan on the basis that Jigoku has very much clearly shown that he is not in any way reliable as a chief of foreign affairs.
Jake Marshall riding Phoenix Sabaping.
Fucking seriously? I actually wouldn't expect those two. It's usually Gant with someone or another. I think Gant and the Judge has been one of the biggest ones of Case 5. I'm home! Oh, Jesus. Yeah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the best thing. Next best thing, isn't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you
I'm
with
gonna
that, I
stop
think.
this research.
Yeah, probably best to do that right now.
Alright, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk! I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
Say, Mikotoba, I detect a hint of not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were?
Then why the dukes did you say before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon! A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Oh.
Goodness, is that really all true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me copper's clopper and going back to what I know best. The diving life's for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh? Anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't gonna get except to dive and turn dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Boo. No picture of them at the table.
Oh, yeah. We're probably gonna get a finishing picture there. That typically happens. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch? The crown had been reattached. This watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of the greatest achievements in Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep in the memory of the Inspector Gregson's
Where's the
career
bullion
alive.
from DL6LUL?
By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't nobody else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Oh, she's got a little smile on. Really cute.
Oh, yeah. I made you promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh?
All right, then. It's decided. I'll do it. I swear. I'll find you, Dad, and bring him here kicking and screaming.
Ugh. That's probably not going to happen. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think you already forgot that promise, Ginny.
Yeah? Iris?
Well, it's obvious I've always wondered who my real daddy is, of course. Of course I have.
Awkward.
Yep, that's very awkward.
I wanted to know where I'd come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realised my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he is from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Oh. With every word, Iris.
Thank
Nope,
you,
nope,
Hurley.
nope, nope, nope. Bleach for my eyes.
Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Migatoba,
Yes, Sholmes.
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I have solved a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it if it weren't for you.
You old softy, Sholmes.
WHY, 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 WHY.
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that.
Well then, it calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold if that's the only problem. Maybe next time, Hurley? Maybe next week?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, Returning into
I've
in the
stumbled
evening.
onto the weird side of the internet.
Oh God, I thought you said you were gonna stop looking into that stuff. Also, fair warning: if you keep exploring, you might eventually end up on spoilers of some kind. Returning to the evening of this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. My home, too, with my greatest family. Yeah, Iris, your dad is like a monstrous, like, professor who killed a bunch of people. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Whoops. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst living here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Curiosity is
Naruhodo?
a hunter that always takes the better of its
Naruhodo?
prey.
Curiosity killed the cat, you know. That's that's the phrase I use.
Naruhodo?
Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took the carriage. Something about an important...
Caitlin's.
I don't actually see anything there. Okay. Maybe that just deleted itself or something? Okay. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of?
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clin Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her father really was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clin Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had some time to take rather drastic steps at times. I've had to take rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know.
Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about the final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of a terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Bakerville's insignia left me to no doubt.
Bakerville. Or Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you would have made a connection to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story of Iris had written based on my notes from that time.
Ah yes, the Hound of Bakerville's. Or Baskerville. Fuck, I don't care anymore.
Exactly.
Ah, it's a broken image for me. Ah, there we go. I don't know why that showed up as a broken image. Caitlin... S. Ah, the text-to-speech is it's kind of slow today now. Come on. Well, do you want to know what I stumbled upon? I'm gonna refresh the speech chat just in case. There we go. Alright. Tell me what you've stumbled upon if you want. I'm trying to try to get through this though, before we get too deep.
It was a work of fiction, but based on a grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with Bakerville's family emblem on around his neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive to the truth. So I invented the story about having been collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations.
Sholmes X Iris Starna 7 dead Starna 7 dead Starna 7 dead Starna 7 dead Starna 7 dead.
Jesus fucking Christ. I can understand that it exists, but god damn it. Ah, god damn it. Ugh. Out of my mind, out of sight, out of mind. I'm not acknowledging its existence. Ugh.
All in the aid of halting the investigations that she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of Bakerville story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me. It was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should
Give
be
me bleach,
done about it,
a
you
cross,
see.
anything. My eyes, they brun.
He was very troubled about what should have been done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato come across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At the point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all of that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, when the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it'll be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging by your expression, I'd say that you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I'll be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't
Jesus
really have a
Christ,
right...
It's almost 5 hours.
Yeah, I know. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be my way of the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of the year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. And I was sure that I could see this.
Sleep. Have fun watching the credits.
Alright then, take care, Maka. Thanks for tuning in with me. I was sure of my belief that my client, and I was sure I could see this trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. And that's what I'll be going back. And that's why I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well,
Longest stream of yours I've been to.
Tch. I've had longer streams, but none that you've probably been as long as. It's true, you've actually been here from the start, which is surprising. But thanks again, Marka, for sticking around. Especially since it's the finale, basically.
well, it sounds as though you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well, then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you a good night.
Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but.
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you've already gone out.
Oh no, it's quite all right. I already knew that that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Huh? Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit from having a brilliant judicial assistant by his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming here to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's grown late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more thing, one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or as a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Seventh of November, 5 o'clock, 5:42 a.m. Jesus, that's very early. At the port. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'd do without you or your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But, you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
Just go and say goodbye to the professor as well. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk! I know!
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Give me a nice little fucking break for my voice. Ugh.
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Take the sword. Yep.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Seriously, get on the boat. We're about to leave.
Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be...
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
The weakest objection.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Well, I believe that is it then. Yeah. Shu Takumi. Oh boy. That one took the voice out of me, literally. I've only been inducted with inquiries about the remote cinemagraph someday, but no purveyor of electricals would promise me prepare. Anyway, I've decided an absence in London's his order, a sojourn to distant climates. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand the wardrobe class is no charge whatsoever. I'm never gonna let you live that down.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. I just said thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion and it invented as well to dry the hair red, apparently, surely. But he said that it might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence by my side. Once unable to bear the burden of the grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But my darkness that once beset me is no more, as you are too no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must strive towards a brighter future.
Best music as well, by the way. I love this music. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The boss left me a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. I cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? That's exactly what the Chief Inspector Toby is gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before, you know.
No. Gina, the truth is, I'm not an upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. You reminded me to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education of the arts detection of Gregson. Yes, what do you say? Oh. Quintessential British man there.
Your Excellency, the man is accused of illegal entry into a premises, whatnot.
Objection, objection, overruled! The Minister of the Detained of Britain anyway! Who's the Catfish Counsel for the Defence? And the woman forbidden from the courtroom?
Oh, really? Maybe Susanna-san in the British courtroom is all the time, you know.
Perhaps it would be I should engage in the services of a regular legal team.
That was just a cute little moment there.
Mama, is it true that about Japanese people that they're experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. Do you mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
God, your family is weird, but also kind of cute too.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation from my old university friend. He invited me to let a nice letter saying everything is settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this bundled hotel I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again. I wish I could vanish into heaven air sometimes.
I like how it's doing a medley of all the music in one big run. It's one of the best ways to do credit ending music.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I never realized what happened. But even in the witness stand in the highest courts of the land, I could never speak it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For the faithful reproduction of vintage, there's nothing we spells would do not.
So essentially you admit that you essentially lied and hid information for profit. My god, lady.
Everyone calls me the gossip. I said jaunty little tidbits for passerbys, you know. Everyone calls me Pepino. I sell it at the biscotti and the Venmore head and the hair. Everyone calls me No. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Tilly, how charming. You've made a lot of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're going to strike it rich together.
Well, I guess out of everyone, they fit together the most. When I was accepted in this foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I would take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted to be there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there was no one I could rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
I've made some tea, Miss Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, we shall be busy establishing in your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Title drop!
My god. Final picture. Had to change out our uniforms to take it, but it looks really nice. And finally, the walk at the end. Okay, so now we're finally done with the talking. That final case is probably an 8 out of 10. Oh, nice, nice little repeat of the first case. The breakdown was absolutely one of the best, if in the entire series, maybe. I'm not sure which one. If I could think of another one that's better, maybe Gavin, maybe... I can't say for sure, but it's definitely up there. It was really good. Compared to all the others as well, oh boy, did it freaking blow away everything. And honestly, Strongheart's whole plan was intricately amazing, in that he essentially set himself into a position where he would be able to enact horrible, monstrous criminal activity and kind of just get away with it for all time, out of the understanding that, well, if they didn't let him get away with it, the entirety of Britain would go into absolute chaos. So, yeah, Strongheart had a really decent long-term plan in order to win that entire situation. But, man. There's Drebber as well. I think there were moments where I was just kind of annoyed, but I don't think I was so immonstrably pissed off as I usually was in some of these later cases. Oh my god, there's waifu again. It still feels like this final case was so unnecessarily referred to over and over again in every other case that it got to be like every other case was actually about this case, and they just became like tiny, unnecessary, like long-standing cases because of that. But it still mattered. It was still good in the end. Like, I still feel like it. Oh my god, this dancing! Jesus Christ. Oh, there's Madara Jigoku. He's gonna kill one of us. No, okay, good. Strongheart having his freaking Gant moment. But yeah, 8 out of 10. There are definitely moments I remember that annoyed me. And ultimately, this case, forcing every other case to be connected to it, did bring down the other cases. The fact that it essentially, the fourth case and this case tie together, or like are best essentially the same case, means that this game basically has 4 cases instead of 5, which makes it feel smaller. If anything, it feels like this entire game was just explanations for the loose ends of the first game, basically. And it has to go down mainly because Strongheart being the villain was the most predictable shit imaginable. Everyone who played this game was like, yep, Strongheart's going to be the master villain at the end. But yeah, that's what I have to say about it. Ultimately, I feel like because of my issues with the second game, about its whole treating of cases all relating to the final case and constantly having characters going, I know things that you don't, but I'm not going to tell you them until the last case. having that repeated over and over and over and over and again can be so fucking annoying. That's why this game is ultimately lower for me than the first game. I felt the first game had a really good payoff and everything went all very well. But yeah, that is thankfully all what I have to say about this game and the cases. I love the characters. Don't get me wrong, I actually really like the main cast. Naruhodo pissed me off a couple of times with how he can just go brain dead sometimes. Other times it feels like he's thinking ahead of me when I'm not even remotely on the same level. A lot of the time he's way behind me there. Well, I still loved Susato. I loved Sherlock. I loved Iris. I loved Gregson. I loved Gina. Van Zieks really grew upon me on this game. That's good, because the last game I got annoyed with his antics. Kazuma, kind of just meh for me. But, yeah. Thanks for watching. Thanks for getting to the end of all of this. For the finale of this game, and a final bye-bye.